how's it going tonight? Welcome back to Ace Attorney. Continuing with episode number 2 of Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Apparently this is the an investigation-only episode, which I don't think we've had it previously in the series. We've had plenty of trial-only episodes, but we've never had an investigation-only episode, so I'm curious to see how this will go. I'm also curious to see how exactly the investigation stuff will work in this game, because I'm hoping for, I'm looking forward to the possibility of more
in a corner of that small
than we got in
dark
6.
room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Well, I see why this is investigation only. I mean, we can't really... I'm not really sure if we can defend a snake. Especially if the snake definitely did it. It seems like a terrible idea. Look, a whale's one thing, but a snake that's completely different.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle.
Fuck, you guys got a printer?
So, the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
Really, what gave you that idea,
This paper seal was placed just prior to the
Oh my
incident.
god, this guy's got fucking luminol and fucking fingerprint
What have we
juice.
here?
That's how they're getting away with it.
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
Da! No one must touch before Maritime police come. We must wait!
Didn't know the Heavy was on this ship.
You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. An in-cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
I think that was a little more than 5 seconds, buddy. I don't know if I trust this guy. Lied to everyone in the room. So I like how, so the guy, the fucking not Heavy over there, Sailor Heavy, I thought those were shadows from like some light in the window. Turns out that it wasn't. His face is just striped like that. So, okay. That's fine. We'll continue with that. What, it wasn't a joke name. Did you really not know, Jack? What? They had to name it like this. Yeah, they had to name it Sherlock Holmes because they were literally like 6 months off of Sherlock Holmes going public domain in the rest of the world. It's one of the reasons why this game was never translated in the first place. So unfortunately, we have to get legally distinct because they couldn't wait another 6 months to finish this game because it was technically illegal to do it the other way. And it would have like it wasn't worth like paying whatever stupid licensing fees the fucking estate wanted for this shit because by the way, they decided to use the characterization of Sherlock Holmes from the later novels that were still not public domain, whereas the early novels at the time were public domain. So if they made Sherlock Holmes more of an asshole and more violent, perfectly fine. But nice, cool Sherlock Holmes that everyone, knows and loves, that Sherlock Holmes, still copyrighted. So they had to rename him or else they would get in legal trouble. No, it's always been like that. I can't remember. I think the fan translation, the first one on 3DS, did also use it, but it was something that Capcom did talk about. Is that like, yeah, they couldn't use the real name in North America. Japan was fine. Japan's copyright ran out by that point, so they were perfectly okay with using it. But they had to stick with Sherlock Holmes because, unfortunately, copyright's a bitch like that. Yeah, if they made him an asshole, it would have been fine. Yep. Because if you're familiar with the novels, the early books, Sherlock Holmes is like kind of a dick. He beats people up. He is like super. I mean, even for the time, he was like super sexist and like a womanizer. And he would just like he would do a bunch of like he was not the character you know. The Sherlock Holmes you know is the later Sherlock Holmes when the guy toned him down. When Doylan like toned him down quite a bit. That Sherlock Holmes was written like a few decades after the first Sherlock Holmes, and the estate was very particular about how you portray Sherlock Holmes as to whether or not you have to like pay them licensing fees. So because he's nice in this game, they had to give him a different name. Yeah, he committed crimes to solve them. Like the guy was like a fucking rebel. And so, yeah, it's unfortunate, but this is why we get this. It sucks. And sadly, you can't just, like, I mean, clearly, since they made graphics and there's voice acting and everything, it would have been way too much to try and redo it by the time the copyright ran out. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. So are we the guy in the closet? Or... I feel like we are. Or what is this? Wait, was I the guy on the floor? The hell? I thought I was dead. Wait, I can't move. No, I'm the perpetrator. Dude, we just got ourselves like fucking acquitted for murder like literal minutes ago, and now we're on a boat and some guy locked us up because he thought we killed him just because we were in a closet. Guy can't read Japanese, so he's like, yeah, the foreigner did it. Alright, maybe this is still... he has a little bit of the asshole in him still, I guess. What the... Why am I in handcuffs? You're just the suspect for killing your best friend. Oh, okay, cool. Was that who was on the floor? I don't know. Our best friend's Russian? So you wake up now, hmm? What, to take you out of the wardrobe? I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are too cold-blooded man. You... you found me then. We found you. And now you pay. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, hmm? Sorry. Now you have been found. It's time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, hmm? No, I'll tell you everything. Man, how many people are in my room now? You know, you kill one guy and now everyone wants to talk to you. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato... wait... What did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? You pretend you do not know? You have wolf a thief's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin. That was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Jeez. Do not try to tell us it was you who did this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. Oh boy. So is the trope with these next two games, instead of like, you know, our Maya stand-in getting accused of murder every episode, it's Ryunosuke who gets accused of murder every episode? And we're just constantly trying to get ourselves out of going to jail? Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get into trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? And besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. Ugh, I hope not. I got the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Well, then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. I've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. So the steward did it then, is that it? Alright, my guess, door was never locked because the steward was supposed to come in, so they would have obviously left it unlatched. Killer comes in, breaks the latch part there to make it look like the door would have been latched, and then to make it seem like a locked room mystery, when in reality all he did was just waltz in, kill Kazuma, and leave. It was probably the steward. Oh shit. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself, murderer. No, I'm not the murderer. Ah, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too. Ugh, those eyes. Looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare's getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. That's my literally put him in the closet, yeah. And he's just like, please don't open this. You know, which, you know, would make it so much more suspicious. Be like, maybe I should open this if there's something dangerous in there. Better find out. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. Was it locked from the inside, or is that just what the fucking detective guy said? Like, we don't know it was locked from the inside, right? We just are assuming so because it looks like that. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be opened from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? Another stowaway is in this cabin. They've now since left, but they were in here. This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? You're still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? Ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then? That's true, yes. Can anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when he managed to get inside... there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. Alright, so tape confirmed to exist. We had this discussion last time. We weren't sure if tape could have existed in this time period, but clearly tape has been invented. I had no idea anything happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. Oh, this is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. Ugh, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. How could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No. That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? The handcuff shot is killing me. Yeah, the handcuff shot's a little weird. I'm not used to seeing like first-person interaction like that. It reminds me of like when they slap the talisman onto whoever you're playing as forehead in 5. It was also weird. Like any sort of like interaction with you, the player's character, just feels odd in a game like this. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. Wait, so if he wasn't a lawyer, why was he going to, like, a criminal school for then? And why did he already have a badge? But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then... Then what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yeah, maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. We're perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. How convenient. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I... fell asleep? Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do. But it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you, but the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. You can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Oh! Are we sure she didn't kill him? What the... That was a Susato takedown. A Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm gonna need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Kazuma would stick this over the doors of the wardrobe for me. It says keep out in Japanese, so I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. Well, we can try presenting that. Look, it wasn't me. Everyone was told to keep out of the closet. I was in the closet. I mean, what else could it have been? We can actually examine this. Akuruna. This is the paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. Remember really working hard to make it, but I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted. Do you expect the Russian crew to be able to read that? He said. Still, I was sure people would get the idea, even if they couldn't read it. So we used it anyway. Dude, this guy knows English. Why didn't he just write it in English? Clearly everyone on the boat knows English. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors. And it just is basically an intro to investigate gameplay, while the last one's intro to court gameplay. Yeah, I mean, usually that's what case 2s usually are, but apparently this case doesn't have a trial portion. It's just investigation, which is weird. Oh, we can even examine the badge? That's a first. A personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Really? Really? Of course, you can get a new pinmate if you just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. So how the fuck did you get a new pin then, twice, if you can't even remember your number? Also, why does the 9 look... Oh no, okay, never mind. I was just looking at a weird angle. The 9 looked upside down for some reason. Don't ask how. Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although, it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders. A sharp pin for a sharp mind, or something. Alright, well, I guess we'll present this.
Yes!
Surely this piece of paper will convince her. Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I was truly the culprit, I could have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Also, who do I talk to about getting these cuffs off? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry, no. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. Oh, okay. Really? We're just jumping to magic? What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you, to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should start start investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Alright, let's get examining. Can we use... Nope. Can't use ZL to look around. That's cool. Really? How do we move? Oh, it's D-pad. That's right, it's D-pad on there too. This is where dear Kazuma-san would have sat when he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means... what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Well, let's see what it says. Could be a valuable clue. You want me to investigate, but you're gonna stop me from investigating. Alright, woman. Whatever you say. That is out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. It's an important clue! But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, alright. I won't read it. To be honest, there's no other suspects, and also there's evidence pointing towards you, so... Well, okay, what evidence is pointing towards him? Guy was in the closet the entire time. Door was taped shut. Like she said, you think that she's right? He, like, telekinesis the paper back onto the door? You know how hard it is to pull one of those wardrobes closed from the inside? You're not doing it. Not well enough to tape a paper back on, even if you only, like, taped it off and put it on halfway. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't really like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah, yeah, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're careful to look all around using left and right, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. So we don't get full 360, just the classic first and second scene. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Oh, the check marks are back. Thank God. That's good. They may not exist on the when you're examining things. Well, okay, wait, unless... hang on. Can I see court record? Does that mean there's more than one piece of dialogue per thing? If I click this again, does it say the same thing? Oh, it does. Okay. Also, we have text skip again. That wasn't a thing last time, but it's here now. So in examining things in your inventory doesn't give you a check mark, but examining things in the world gives you a check mark. That's weird. That's not how the other games work. What if they crawled through the vent? I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that. I suppose. Maybe that's it. This is... yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try?
Yes. In the interests of cultural research, obviously.
She's like a more restrained Maya. I like this.
I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
I mean, you heard what that woman said on the stand. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. That's definitely it. Definitely not because you're foreigners. Specifically those of Japanese variety. Books have all fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way.
And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well.
Yeah, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mowed down at once. Yeah, don't worry, we'll get to the floor, I deliberately not clicking on the floor because I know for a fact the floor is going to progress the game. I have a sixth sense for how these things usually work. And sometimes it's wrong, but generally speaking, the crime scene should be the last thing you click on in these games.
I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think?
I seriously doubt it.
Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage.
I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. Oh, right, it was checked off. These books are provided for the entertainment of whoever's occupying the cabin, I suppose.
And they must be well looked after. You mustn't damage any of the ship's property. But it wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. Can't relax when things are in a mess.
What we got here? These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria.
It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Well, someone broke one of those rules. Maybe both of them, depending on how you want to look at it. What? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object? Or a pet?
I think the dangerous object is behind you, lady.
I can't decide.
Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Can't click on the bed? Oh, okay. Did I never click on the closet? Oh yeah, that's right. No, I clicked on everything around it.
It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in the wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san?
I think living isn't quite the right description.
Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout.
The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception.
But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin.
No, sadly not. Was he gonna do that for 50 days? Yeah. Man was hardcore. I mean, okay. You already got onto the boat. What was he gonna do? Just give up halfway through? Like, at that point, he had to have been committed. He didn't have a choice. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes at the scene of the crime. Excuse me? What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke.
He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty.
You might have the useful information, though. Have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Niet! Of course not! Now back to the corner of the room and make silent. I say no more to you! That hit a nerve. Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. That guy did it. He's gotta be guilty. He's just worried that we're gonna find the piece of evidence that he knew he forgot in here. Seiki, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma.
Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet, can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully?
Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to?
Even though you stowed away on this ship,
Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win.
there's nothing on this table at all. Plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason.
Yeah, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute.
What is it?
That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. Okay, how much you want to bet the food was drugged? Like, that's pretty clear at this point, right?
So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama.
No. Like, what else would explain his amnesia after dinner? That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty.
Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here?
I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Are you sure? Because you're not a dangerous object. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor.
But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he?
No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me.
Oh no, does that mean... Oh, Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth without an empty belly? It's just too horrible.
Ugh, now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Oh, so now you're guilty. You know, you're fine staring at this poster over here. But when it comes to eating all the food and not leaving any for Kazuma, who just died, that's where you draw the line? Does knife not count?
That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it.
Yeah, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul.
I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip.
I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. Now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Alright, open up the sword, or is she not gonna let you do that? Is that also, like, sacrilegious or something? Because I guarantee there's blood on that thing. That's what I'm telling you, she probably did it. She doesn't want him investigating, she just wants him to do, like, a half-assed job? Can't be no coincidence that the most important piece of evidence, she's like, no, don't touch that. What do you think this is? Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have been broken clean in two.
The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit.
I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he?
And the mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It has sort of a brick-like hue.
Yeah, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Somebody didn't wipe very well when they came from the washroom.
That's a very large traveling case, isn't it?
Yeah, it carries a lot of memories for me.
Memories? What do you mean?
Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. He was not beating the pet allegations. No, he's not. He's not even trying. He doesn't even realize that the allegations exist.
Ah, yes. I see it says this way up in Japanese.
Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here.
Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds.
Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Alright, that's good to know. If the Russians attack us again, then she can protect us. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink.
He must have knocked the ink pot from his desk when he collapsed on the floor.
Now, I'm not like crazy familiar with Cyrillic, but isn't that backwards? Like, I'm pretty sure that the last character on the right shouldn't be that direction.
Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage.
I don't think it's upside down. I'm pretty sure it's just backwards. Like mirrored.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it.
I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. You didn't even know your best friend knew Russian? That's why I don't think he wrote it.
I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san.
Oh, okay, so he just thought that was Japanese. Okay. Man doesn't even have a grasp on his own language, apparently. What? Then what language is it?
Pains me to admit it, but I don't know.
It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Where the fuck did you come from? Excuse me? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. He wasn't there like 30 seconds ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European.
Oh, how did he...
Was he hiding in the closet? Like, he literally just appeared out of nowhere. What the fuck was that? You've noticed the man too, have you? I don't think anyone hasn't noticed him at this point. I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall. Yeah, he's probably like, what, 5'8"? And then these two are like, what, 5'3" or 4"? What's the average Japanese height?
Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is?
Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. I want that he might be a European as a screenshot. We're gonna be seeing that a lot. I think 90% of the people in this game are gonna be European of some sort. Is he investigating Kazuma's desk or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. How's he not broken it yet?
Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him.
Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? Is she like the world's first Westaboo or something? Except instead of America, it's Europe? Then again, a lot of Japanese people are infatuated with Europe, actually.
By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, you press A on people when they're in crosshairs, you can converse with them.
Alright then. I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself.
Oh, please do.
Gay or European? Porque los dos? I can't move yet, eh? Yeah. I mean, that comes with under house arrest by the crew. Not to mention Susato-san's constant glares. I think it's fair to say that I'm stuck in this cabin, for the time being at least. I should focus on investigating in here to see what I can find out. Alright, you strange, tall European man, you. Get over here. Excuse me. Excuse me. Do you have a moment?
Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation.
Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly.
Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Greetings! Wait. Huh? What exactly were you doing at Cosmo's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me.
Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry? What?
And now, whilst venturing forward to foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament.
Oh, well, that's true at least.
But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. Well, there is no mystery, my dear madame. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being, as you are, a merciless revolutionary. You have left 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower.
What? Where does he think he is? This isn't Final Fantasy 3. The fuck is a Crystal Tower? They got one of those over there?
And when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes.
Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you?
Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name?
I'm telling you, it's the sailor. It's gonna be the sailor. I don't even see one person who fits the bill.
So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama.
What, you think I'm fucking Russian and I just came back from Afghanistan too? What?
And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Nahodo-san. Absolutely wicked.
No, listen, there's no way I think I see where this is going though. Like, you know, you got the bumbling detective who thinks he's right. Turns out you know, at first glance he's obviously wrong, but then it turns out he actually is right. He's just talking to the wrong person. It's gonna be the sailor. The sailor is definitely Russian. We know that for sure. Guarantees probably also an assassin. Probably has killed 16 people, maybe even more. And then he probably also just came back from Afghanistan. We could probably ask him about that.
Now explain yourself. Tell me everything.
This is ridiculous.
How could you do it?
For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously.
Oh, forgive me.
And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head.
Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in the most troubling predicament, do you not?
Well, yes, maybe. But...
Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you make of that, hmm?
Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation.
Indeed. An observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right.
I don't think you introduced yourself.
Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Sholmes.
So, it's really you? The actual Sherlock Sholmes?
The very same. The inimitable actual Sherlock Sholmes.
Do you know this man, Susato-san?
The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him.
What planet have I been living on then?
You must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure.
Dude, this guy couldn't even work out who the fuck I was. You think he's got the case down? I don't know if I trust that. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again?
Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Sholmes.
Oh, I see. You're German? Hairlock, was it?
No, not hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication.
Oh, yes. Rant's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. Have it sent from England especially.
Ah, yeah, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in the series of short stories then?
Indeed I am.
And you've read so many of your own stories, you start to think you really are a detective.
Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward.
Backward?
My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine.
You have a biographer, do you?
Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London.
Dr. Wilson?
I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown.
Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not.
A deduction, you see, is to me a science, a logical reasoning in its purest form.
Science?
Really?
The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in this subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data.
Right.
And a trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago.
How can you look me in the eye and claim that?
So you see, I have a turn for both observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Sholmes.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that this would have been a major copyright violation already. There's no hiding this one. The only thing that isn't probably is his age, because I believe his age was also public domain in this case. Because you have the older, more experienced, nicer Sherlock, and then you have the younger, more brash asshole Sherlock. So the age part's fine, but his personality is the problem. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet?
I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him.
When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open.
And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Sherlock Sholmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me.
Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please, what two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning?
Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me.
Yes, I understand. But what were they?
Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance.
Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian?
Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor.
I'm not reading that. I'm not even going to try to read that.
That is the Russian word for wardrobe.
Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian?
In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. And for this young man, Russian.
Kazuma was Russian, was he? That could have fooled me.
Initially, I considered Garderobe maybe the name of the killer. A certain Robert Gard, perhaps.
I'd like to know how he got a G out of that first character.
But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least.
Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly.
Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer.
Why is it that I'm Russian too?
I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. Or in other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfits the traditional dress of the Russian people.
Your school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea.
And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong.
I took a photograph of the victim in the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details.
This
was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was...
This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed.
Yeah, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yes, thank you. A Russian word for wardrobe in purple ink would appear to have been written in the victim's final moments. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes?
What, pray?
You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all of that.
Ah, yes. The train of reasoning that led to me to the truth.
Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think?
Certainly, if it interests you.
How many times? I'm not Russian. I don't speak Russian. Dude, this guy speaks Russian. He's probably the killer. He's doing everything in his power to pin the blame on me. Make himself, like, the authority in this situation. Make everyone think that he's, like, the smartest man in the room. So they all believe him. And it just turns out he's gonna be the killer. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary violent Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. How did they get this morning's paper when they're out in the middle of the ocean? It's 16 days at sea, far from any port of call, for however long. This vessel made a port of call at Shanghai yesterday, and at last night the young Russian was murdered. Ah, okay, never mind. We've not been out at sea for that long. We've just recently left port from another place. Why was there an English newspaper in Shanghai? Since when was Kazuma a Russian?
Sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor.
It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. The one who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik.
No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face.
Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Ugh, please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway.
What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower.
Ah, yes. The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake.
Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder?
And what about the part where he said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in the war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it, anyway? If we just departed from Shanghai, how the fuck did I get on the boat if I was just in Afghanistan? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. An article on the front page of a Russian newspaper. The headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. But he just recently returned from Afghanistan, right? You know, just keep that in mind. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. You can hope to read it. So, okay, wait. This man thinks I'm Russian, but he's like, no, you're gonna need someone to interpret the Russian on the back of the newspaper. Is this guy hearing himself? He even spoke to me in Russian, thinking I'm Russian. What? This guy's a walking contradiction. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to just glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. I want to see this paper. Where's this paper? This is interesting.
Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san?
Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting.
I can't read a single word, I'm afraid.
No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think?
She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you?
I don't know, I can't make any sense of it. I'm glad you've noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. Pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night.
Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the most famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles.
Oh,
How much is 20,000 rubles?
I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money.
Sato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves.
The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain.
Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country?
That does seem to be the Russian thing to do.
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo.
Article on the back page of a Russian newspaper. The headline reads, Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. How much is a ruble? I mean, I'm gonna have to Google that too. What, you think I'm Russian? You know, I know how much a ruble is? They even have rubles? Oh, they still have rubles. Oh my god. 0.018 Canadian dollars. So not even 2 cents. I mean, that's today's money. I mean, it's not a whole lot. 20,000 of them sounds like it's yeah, it's practically nothing. Now, mind you, this is 1900. So let's take this 3568. That was 20,000. Okay, so let's take that $356 and let's put that in an inflation calculator. Let's see what we have. What's the earliest we can do here? What year is this? Like, let's say 1901. I don't know if we can do 1901. Can we do 1901? Okay, well, the earliest I can do is 1914. Let's go with that. That's pretty close. That's about 10 grand. So, you know, not a terribly large sum of money, but still a decent amount. Before we start talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you?
Kazuma. Ah, yes, the victim.
Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all?
Observe for a moment the desk of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text.
London Diary. Kazuma is keeping notes of the trip.
Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings.
I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. It's too late. He probably already did.
Ah, tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading.
You mean you've read it already?
It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese.
Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns?
I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean?
Life is so unfair.
Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim, it would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be as precise as to details.
Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese.
A smattering, dear boy. A smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, Mikado, nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters of which I can read precisely none.
So what was all that showing off about before then? Man probably can't even read hiragana. Probably all those words are in English.
You would be so kind as to show me. I would happily read it to you, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, okay. So he gets to read it, Not only that he gets to read it, he gets it narrated to him.
I'm much obliged, my dear madame. Final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound.
A whistling sound?
These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. Second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band?
What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before.
The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring
to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin.
Yeah, the adjoining cabin. Diary Kazuma is keeping of his trip to London. According to the last entry he made before his death, he spied what appeared to be a speckled band. No, it's 10K in today's money. It was only like $300 in like 1914 money, according to the inflation calculator. So, I mean, 10K, it's still, you know, it's not a small sum of cash, but it's not really anything crazy. It would get you pretty far back then, that's for sure. But, you know, it's not like millions of dollars or anything.
So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. But, do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough.
Do you think perhaps that we could go with you?
No, that would be somewhat complicated.
What? But why?
A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer.
Oh, these.
After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point trying to turn it into a question.
There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place.
Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point.
Excuse me? You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago.
Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really.
So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are.
Well, anyway, that was then and this is now.
What do you mean?
What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate.
Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name.
Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for?
Hmm?
You must go and investigate the cabin next door as well.
Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... Did she just break those cuffs? Oh, okay. I was kind of thinking she might be able to break them.
After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate?
Ugh. As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. The culprit vented. Well, if it's that snake from before, I'm telling you, that's probably why this isn't a trial case, is because I'm not really sure how you're supposed to defend a snake who's clearly guilty. What would happen if Sholmes got his hands on ADHD medication? I don't know, is he the kind of guy who would do drugs? I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door.
Good idea.
Situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this. And bring the real culprit to justice. So he still can't move, eh? Thanks to that so-called detective, I'm even more stuck inside this cabin than I was before. For the time being, I suppose I'll just have to focus my efforts on investigating in here. Should I try talking to him again? Excuse me. What? I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Would you mind if I investigate a little outside? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Yeah, I guess he still doesn't want me to leave. What am I not done investigating in here? I thought we clicked on everything. Event again? No. Bed's out of the question. Check the corpse, we checked the words. We checked all that. Checked all that. The hell didn't we click on? No, actually, what didn't I click on? Oh, the door, I guess. Right.
When I went for help and the crewmen forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed.
It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in here, or in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. I don't know, I think there would definitely be a way to get out, because you would just undo the bolt, like a normal person. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from the outside of the room in a situation like this.
Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There'd be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid.
When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, look over there.
The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he?
That's what I thought.
Why don't we try talking to him?
Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again. But I suppose I could try. Scrap next to buy. Nah, we already did the chicken. Yep. Yeah, it was just the door. Somehow I managed to miss the door of all things.
Is that something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, no. It's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir.
Yes? What can I do for you? I recognize that face, but it can't be.
It is. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga.
Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped.
Nearly stopped, I hope. Nearly stopped, I hope.
I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board this ship. Again?
You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. Yeah, can you undo these cuffs? And let me out? Never expected to see this man on board. Perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector?
Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew?
I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study to go ahead. Isn't that like... No, I think that's a slightly different word. I thought that was the word for hell. In Japanese. I think I'm wrong about that. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even been a possibility? Yes, how could it have been a possibility? He says, accused of murdering his friend Kazuma, who has been murdered and assassinated on this boat. I'm not sure, but these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated?
Yeah, that's usually what you call someone who's been murdered, yeah. Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew.
I see.
And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. Far from morning till night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word. I wonder if this guy's gonna get killed. I hope not. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not.
We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door.
Yes. So we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you moved even touch the handle of the cabin door. That stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose. I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive.
What do you mean?
If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how...
There may be a way.
What? Really?
Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession.
Evidence?
It's just the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use.
So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yeah. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Alright, what do we have that might persuade him? Big whistling sound looks like some speckled bands dangling from the ventilator grill. Maybe this? Because, like, there was something in the vent, but the vent's connected to the next cabin over, so maybe that's relevant. Wardrobe. I'm gonna present this. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary.
Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange? In what way?
He wrote, "What looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill."
A speckled band. That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector.
It's almost like this guy's an actual detective. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck in here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? You're willing to do that?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I could do. Thank you.
Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just like moving, we can leave this cabin at last.
Finally! Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. That's one hell of a mousetrap over there. It's so big. What kind of mice do they have on the ship? Also, there's even fire alarms? Was that a thing back then? Yeah, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation.
Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage.
Really? Well, that must be awful. Wait, you mean she didn't get to... Wait, why was she coming? She didn't need to be a stowaway. He made her his +1? Why didn't she get, like, equal treatment? Oh my god, look at that fucking tower stance on that guy in the corner. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down.
The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't.
I suppose. Like, people in handcuffs?
Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought that you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already.
Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe.
It must have been a very trying time for you.
Please, don't give me that pitying look. Wait, where'd he take a shit? If he never left the cabin, where did he take a piss? Just the thought I had.
Huh, a trap for catching mice.
Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait.
Let me see. Ah, yes. I think that's what it's called. Cheese. It's made from the milk of cows.
Cheese? Wonder what that tastes like.
Can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers.
Really? But... I suppose you're right. Man's never had cheese before. He's probably gonna have cheese and then puke, like, violently everywhere.
You weren't actually going to try it, were you?
All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. You ate like a whole piece of chicken last night. Surely that wasn't the best meal you had. His leftovers sound amazing, and you're complaining about them? And you want this cheese that's been sitting on the floor in a mousetrap?
Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later.
First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's.
Sorry?
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin.
You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home.
These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way.
500 and... How many cabins are there? I don't think that's what that number means. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? Please explain what you mean by pleasing shape.
That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it.
Oh, an alarm.
It says, press only in times of emergency. Looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship, and brings the vessel to complete stop.
Oh, this I have to...
What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it.
But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs.
You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation.
I wish everything would just stop. The ship included. Is this like a role reversal here? Who's the real person in charge?
You have to do something foolish. At least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else.
Where the fuck was this woman during, like, Phoenix's time? This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Oh, excuse me, we need to get inside this cabin here.
Sailors' eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying keep out.
That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's version is definitely more effective.
Doesn't look like he's going to let us pass.
That's a problem. I guess we'll have to talk to him first, unfortunately. This looks like the plan of the SS Buria. Shows each deck. Look.
Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering.
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean?
Well, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san.
It is?
Well, consider the Japanese archipelago.
The islands of Japan?
Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them.
Well, I suppose so. I almost could believe that as a true fact in this world, you know, given the whole, like, spirit medium thing. I'm telling you, one of these games, they're just gonna have Phoenix, like, straight up have to defend a god. A real god. We got close. That's a huge book on top of the table there. And there's a pen next to it.
Yes, that looks like the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it?
The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded.
You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment.
I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san. Even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank.
Presumably that means there was nothing to report. So does that mean the crime was confined to the 2 rooms in front of us here?
That's the way to the second-class area of the ship. Is something wrong?
I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. And where, pray tell, did you think of running to? On a ship? In the middle of the sea? Things aren't exactly going well for me.
I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reached for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead.
Does he have a gun? Nah, never mind, he's got 2 of them.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there.
No, I started with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Excuse me, but could I ask you something?
You little stowaway murderer!
That wasn't a good start, was it?
Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class lady's maid!
Oh,
We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Sasato-san.
I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am Senior Kuman, Biff Stroganoff.
Oh, you know, I don't think we've really had too many Russians in Phoenix Wright, have we? Oh, this case is going to be great. Yeah, best thing is just avoid eye contact, I think. And easy thing to do when you barely come up to his belly. Mr. Stroganov, about this first-class cabin area.
Here we are in finest part of Buria steamship. For very important persons.
What sort of very important persons?
Government officials. Kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place.
Gosh, that's amazing.
But somehow, I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean. But Stroganov is not animal.
Thank you?
if I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied?
Yeah.
Sasato-san, did you understand that?
Sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no.
Genius.
It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation.
Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least.
Yes, it's tantalizing.
No, isn't, like, Sholmes in there right now? So, I mean, technically, in a way, it's occupied. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's?
His name is Mr. Grimsby Royalot. He is very important Western gentleman.
Grimsby Royalot? Grimsby Royalot? Grimes like crimes? Crimes by... What? I'm not quite sure on that one. Maybe it'll become clear later. Or it's gonna be some other, like, super niche reference to, like, guns again or something. A Western gentleman.
Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy.
Which means he 100% did it. How can you be so sure about that?
Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East islands.
That was harsh.
Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is not your business.
Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. What if he's dead too?
Well, presumably since this gentleman is occupying one of the first class cabins. He must be rather important. Is that right?
That is not your business.
He hesitated on that one a bit. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff?
Ah, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in. Or get out.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about student boy.
Were you on watch last night as well?
Of course.
And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual?
Yeah.
Sasato-san, did you understand that?
It was clearly a no.
I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all.
And you didn't hear any strange noises, or sense anything was wrong in some way?
I said no.
Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there.
This is enough. I cannot say more now.
Oh.
It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin.
Yes, alright.
Bulkhead to second class area staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or, as English say, when the pigs fly.
Yes, I understand.
Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we?
Definitely. Is there anything left to investigate here? Sure we can't just open the door now he's gone?
That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Something wrong?
I was thinking about... Oh, okay. Well, now's your chance. He's gone. I thought we could just, you know, waltz out there and see what's out there. Fine, we'll go in the door like we're supposed to. I'll have to actually click on the door first, I guess. This is it. It's the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Grimsley is the snake? Wait, what if he is? Wait, what if there is magic and he just, like, transformed himself into a snake or something? We don't know. New game, new rules. No answer.
Out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries.
How annoying. Oh. And now that person's dead.
What was that? Came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman.
Well, that's a little presumptuous, don't you think? I thought you were in the cabin.
I'm about to break down the door.
Mr. Sholmes.
I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges.
I'd like to see him do this one.
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick?
Well, given the nature of your early works and adventures, I think the answer is standing right in front of you. I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Look, I'm just putting it out there. I'm not wrong. You can look it up. Wouldn't be the first time. Alright, that's definitely the killer. There's our assassin man or whoever the fuck. What kind of stress relief? Well, you know, whatever you could think of. I'll let you decide what that means. Oh, yo. Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. Ooh, we heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. This is like the fucking Scissor Man from Clock Tower. True, this old man does appear to be the only person here. But in that case, who just screamed? I mean, is there a reason we can't assume it was this guy? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Sherlock Holmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I'm a great detective among detectives, one who adorns the cover of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. Man who uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there would appear to be a lady concealing herself within that wardrobe this time. So might I be as bold to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me.
Oh my. Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, the case just shook.
Leave, now. Otherwise I'll call the steward.
Before or after you cut us up? This is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something. Yeah, his face. It's covered in hair.
I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns.
Can I talk with you first? You think this is the woman? I mean, it could be. You know, it probably was him, her, this person. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something.
No,
Oh,
I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now.
ugh, this is going terribly.
We're not getting anywhere here.
I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. What the fuck? Why? Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something.
No,
Oh. Okay, I guess we're just not talking to him. Never mind. Alright, let's go talk to Mr. Wardrobe Enjoyer over here. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes?
you need only address me as Sholmes.
That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there?
Why, I was resting, of course.
Resting?
Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time.
that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service.
Oh,
And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on, for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in his cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something.
and
Do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding in a secret? Why? The truth, of course. What are you implying, Mr. Sholmes? Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
oh yes, please.
Well then, what you are about to see may as well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hacking portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me, is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness or Russian on account of his dubiness? What? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone.
That's right. And Mr. Sholmes, I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
Shh! I must have complete silence! What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two uncontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not?
Oh, Naruhodo-san. I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes.
That was a great deduction.
Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. A single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What? Ugh, what ineffable twaddle.
Oh yes, I've heard about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true.
I can hardly believe it, but all the colors drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Looks like somehow both Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you? How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So, do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Oh, do we have to, like, disprove him? Just, like, show how stupid he is? Because, I mean, that should be easy. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place.
is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We've clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary.
I don't know. The nose is wrong. The mustache is a little wrong. The whole head is kind of wrong.
In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decide to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. And not that I've heard of you myself, you understand.
So we're gonna get to, like, rebuttal these arguments? Is that what's going on here?
Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth.
Even though he's wearing, like, really thick sunglasses.
The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein.
I want to know what kind of lady he's thinking of in this case.
Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coupe d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova.
Do you think this ballerina's into, pet monkeys at all?
This concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky.
Sasada-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it?
Well, stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. but that did seem a little different somehow.
Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. Could you come over here a moment?
Hey, what can I do for you?
It's about your deductions. Would you mind?
Not at all. Go on.
Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other.
Ah, yes. I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well, able to revolutionize his own appearance.
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do.
That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina.
Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman.
Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you push really hard.
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15.
No, I didn't know. How could I?
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lithness in their bodies.
Vinegar?
For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case.
Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
Ugh, this whole thing is turning into a circus.
Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off.
Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato.
It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some key words in his deductions.
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel I'm sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind.
This man's a lot of work.
At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me.
It's not that funny.
Ah, and you, my good fellow.
Sorry?
Take a moment to look at your wrists.
My wrists? Now that's a neat trick. When did those disappear?
Where are your handcuffs?
How did...
I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction.
I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes, you're a marvel.
It's probably because he was the one that cuffed him in the first place.
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished.
Thanks, that's what I was worried about. Thanks for looking out for me. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this.
So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Call him Hemlock Shoal for a name instead of Sherlock Sholmes? No. No, you know what? Sholmes is kind of growing on me. I'm kind of liking it now.
So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place, is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? Well, the answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport.
I'm I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
Actually, yes. I would. What else are you gonna use? A razor's not gonna get in there very well. You would definitely actually want to use shears like that to trim away most of it and then use a razor for like the finer details. Of course, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't be growing one yourself, but I don't think you're going to use a razor to cut away that beard. That's going to be a lot of problems. I know that's something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
Doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a key word there, Naruhodo-san.
And see if it helps matters.
Alright, but how?
I think if we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
Wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on.
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better,
Then what?
then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san.
Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Oh! Okay. I guess, I don't know if I call those golden, but, I mean, there's definitely, you know, other hair than the beard. What's this?
It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks.
No, the color's not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair?
Well, yes, that's true. So, it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising.
Something's definitely not right here. Okay, I can present the... Oh, okay, I see. It's kind of like a 3D version of when you did that with Edgeworth. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman, judging from the length and sheen of your hair. One's still very much in her youth. Okay, so the guy's got long hair and we're just assuming it's a woman? I almost take offense to that. If only I'd managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of those magnificent locks? And once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. Had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that?
Yes, it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san, you're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes.
I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. Well, this is strictly business.
Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now.
Yes.
Let's switch the evidence for something else. It's something that fits the facts as we now understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best.
Yes!
I like these FF10 battle transitions. The evidence that reveals the true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai.
It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name.
Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina.
Miss Nikolina Pavlova.
And then she died because the scissors stabbed her in the face. That's certainly an interesting way to do your hair there, lady.
You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone.
So that just kind of like completely invalidates the second conclusion, no? I mean, you can't really kidnap yourself.
Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there.
Well, maybe it really was a kid in there.
Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case.
This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all.
In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can say I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again.
You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes?
Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else in here that shows what this woman is up to. Wait. You can click on the wow, that was just sitting here the whole time. Oh yeah, okay. Well, what if we just open the case? It's a very small case, isn't it? You can see instantly that no person could possibly fit in there.
So, does that tell us that Miss Pavlova's telling glance in this direction was focused on something else?
If that's true, though, it doesn't make sense.
What do you mean?
Well, if there's nothing incriminating inside this case, why did she refuse to let us look inside? Also, why did it shake violently?
Yes, I wonder why. Perhaps she has a perfectly harmless reason, though.
We're not going to open it? Because I do believe there might be a crime of a different sort inside that case.
Wastepaper basket.
Let's have a little look inside.
Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly. We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
What did you want to come out of it? The sparkling water not doing anything? Alright. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara.
I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on.
What, me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful.
Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara.
I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not?
Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft.
Oh no.
Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you.
I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me.
This girl's only 15 years old. She's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
Alright, I will tell everything. There is no point in hiding it now.
Come, let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova?
Okay, what if she actually did have a monkey in there? I was joking earlier, but like, it seems a little too on the nose given her name.
My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited for a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf.
He's completely changed tack with his deduction now.
I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you?
Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? It's just a wild guess, surely.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true. But still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
Has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Oh, I bet it's this.
These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
There's exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules.
Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruhodo-san. You'd probably be left adrift in the freezing cold ocean, or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end.
So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? Maybe she's looking to make her escape. It's a metal door, it's the same as in Kazuma's cabin.
Yes, and the rather slim bolt is the same as well.
Well, if Miss Pavlova was actually glancing over at the door here instead of the bookcase, that would suggest a desire to run away from this cabin.
Maybe. This is a charming little picture, isn't it?
What is it? Someone climbing a steep mountainside?
Or descending one, it seems to me.
There's a person in that picture? When you've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. It just looks like a pile of dirt to me. Ah, looks like these are all the same books that we have in our cabin. I suppose the steward likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for the long voyage.
And have you noticed how all the books have fallen over, just like in Kazuma-sama's cabin? It almost like someone's taken a sweep at them.
maybe Miss Pavlova while she was practicing her ballet? Anyway, the point is, we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment.
We couldn't even if we wanted to. They're all in Russian.
Well, that's a relief. Let's try our luck elsewhere. But she knows Russian, so she could still be thinking of something in the books. I wonder if they hit like rough waters or something. It's kind of weird how the books fell in the exact same way in both cabins. Oh, I need to press X. Ooh, that's a good speed through. Good shit. Where's that in the other games? Did you see how fast that was? I've never seen text skip that fast. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet. It's gonna be a monkey. It's 100% gonna be a monkey. That's a fun mechanic. I like it. Hopefully we get to do it a lot. And not just like 3 times in the entire game. So clearly you aren't who you say you were.
No, I am not Grimsby Riot. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Birdie is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck aboard without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. And my personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you, about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That is why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and...
At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door.
Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing?
There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? Ah, you are right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, do not tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew,
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night.
Is that thing in there, like, even able to breathe? I see no air holes.
Yes, all right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, was it something Mr. Sholmes's great deduction?
It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible.
Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing.
Oh, yes? What?
Observe your wrists.
My... God damn it.
Your hands are cuffed again.
What? But how?
True to my word, I have restored your shackles.
When and why?
Still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can it really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. Can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
Oh wait, you know what? It's gonna be the snake. That's what's in the box. It's gonna be the snake. So the snake probably killed him. I'm thinking if it was a venomous snake, maybe even if it wasn't, we don't know how he died after all. Venomous snake poisoned him. Constrictor choked him to death, probably. It belongs to her, so therefore she is like jointly responsible for his murder. Maybe it was an accident. We don't know. At the same time, there was a lot of ruckus in that cabin. But even these books fell over, which makes me think it could just be chalked up to rough waters. I'd be willing to accept that. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
The man who died, he was a friend of mine.
Oh,
That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking.
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded.
Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened.
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, I see. You run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. We'll start a new life.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear what Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but...
Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been late last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you came to be aboard? She was the one in the case, obviously.
Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
That is not your business.
Yeah, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something.
An angel descended from the heavens bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry, what was that?
It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And this is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel.
Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventure of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact.
Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So, the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious...
Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt.
So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
Maybe an adorable little rabbit.
You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you?
Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then?
You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken.
What? Really?
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance.
So you'd eat your friends.
I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed.
She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, his cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together.
Oh. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps?
Was she secretly a snake charmer?
No. I don't know anything.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Excuse me, Mr. Roylott.
Yes, what?
Wow, she's fast. She stole us the scissors too.
Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please.
Alright, I will come now.
What?
You must not leave. You must leave now.
Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
Get out! The passenger said out. Or do you want me to throw you out?
Ugh, looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
Yeah, pet snake's in the box. We know a snake is on the ship somewhere. We saw it in the intro. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. We'll go a little longer. I don't know. I mean, that was only the first part of this. I'm not sure how much... If the second half is going to be as long as the first. I'm not sure if I'll finish it, but we'll see how long this goes.
Wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine... Now we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where'd he go?
Oh, yes. He's completely disappeared.
When did he do that? Slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. We need to go find him? Can't go in there right now. You go back in here? It looks like they're still investigating in here.
Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed.
What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yes. Oh, but I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Might have some new information for us. You never know.
You! Where did you go?
Oh, sorry, I just went to next door cabin to...
Why? Who gave you permission for this?
Well, Seaman Hosonaga did.
That's new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in cold room.
He's gone back to guarding the door.
Hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account.
He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival.
That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san.
Oh, there he is. Oh my god! Jeez! Ah, you're back. Inspector!
What happened to you? Your face is...
Please, do not worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? Ah, but the pummeling was over in a flash and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh,
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like, Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let us do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, and try not to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
What's this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report. Alright, how did he die? This is gonna change the case for sure.
Kazuma-sama.
So, what was the cause of death? Is it poisoning? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report.
His neck was broken.
It's the snake! I told you, it was either poisoning by the snake, or the snake choked him to death. Now, what we need to prove is whether or not it was malicious. Yes, it would have seemed so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, and so at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Wouldn't a blunt object possibly bruise? Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. Strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left.
Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Wow. You trust me more than she does. Yeah, she seems a little upset by that notion. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. Well, that makes one of us. Report from the SS Buria's medical officer, giving the cause of death as a cervical spine injury. No traces of external injury or poison. So either a choking or blunt force to the neck. Maybe she snuck in here and just like whacked him with the snake.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have come bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, and now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish," was all he said. Shoe polish? Wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Oh, that would make sense. Shoe polish is of that color, or can be anyways.
Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know it was shoe polish? He probably licked it. Could the snake be a red herring and he just choked on his food? See, you're not wrong, but you have to keep in mind what game we're playing here. There's no way that a Phoenix Wright game is gonna make the solution as mundane as the guy just choked to death. It was a complete accident. Nobody's at fault here. We're sorry we assumed you were the murderer. This man just had a horrible dinner accident. I would love to see it because that would be the greatest twist in the series because of how silly and simple it was. But there's no way that they're gonna do that. Absolutely not. That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. And besides that, we know he didn't eat anything last night because apparently he went to bed hungry. Or he went to death hungry. Because Ryunosuke over here just ate all his food that he brought back.
What is it?
What is it, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red then.
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him.
Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? A piece of small glass object and what looks like a scuff mark made by Kazuma's shoes were found by the victim's body. That is one hell of a scuff mark, though. Did like half his shoe just come off? That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. I wonder if we'll get to learn about his cough or why he's always coughing up blood. This seems a little odd.
Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh, no, well. I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. Heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Someone's definitely been making some moves here. There's like Thief. Walking around with the blackjack, just clonking everyone on the head. Then bunny hops away. Like nothing happened. So can we click on these things again? I mean, they don't have check marks anymore.
Really is such a beautiful color, this glass.
Looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two. No, but the other half is nowhere to be seen.
And then there's this brick-colored mark.
Which is shoe polish, according to the great detective you seem to know all about.
I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes.
Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, How can the detective be so sure that's shoe polish, not something else?
Because he's a great detective, of course.
That's hardly a reason, is it? So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe.
Does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there.
But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think?
Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian.
Which begs the question of who did write it. It's gotta be that girl. She did it. Why? I don't know, but like, all signs are pointing to her. Am I able to leave? I can go back here. All we were told is that he didn't eat the chicken last night. Could have been another part of me. Yeah, that's true. Maybe it was something he ate down in the mess hall. You're right. He didn't eat in the cabin, but he did eat dinner elsewhere. But they specifically said that he his stomach was empty, or that was something that she concluded, at least.
Look, Naruhodo-san. Steven Stroganoff is gone.
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor is always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. I think part of the joke here is that they're full of B's and V's. I don't know what they were called in Japanese, but those are two letters or sounds that Japan just does not have very much of. Or at all, in the case of V. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Seems a little suspicious.
It's Caroline. I know that lark-like voice.
Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can investigate.
Definitely. And before that stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot.
Oops. Oh, maybe you know what? I like your theory actually, Duck. If it was the tip books people with head pain, however the dancer came out about cause major whiplash. What, you think everyone just turned to look at the girls so fast that they just broke their necks? I was thinking was since everyone's books are knocked over, if there was a terrible storm at sea last night, maybe he just fell over and died. The boat moving just slammed him into a wall or something, and that's what killed him. Okay, what if she broke into his cabin for some reason, don't know, and at that very moment, the boat rocked really violently, so he slams his head, falls over, dead, and then it's oh shit, they're gonna think I did this. I better, fuck with the evidence so that people don't think I did it. Because that happens all the time in Phoenix Wright. Innocent people screwing around with the crime scene when they clearly were not even involved in the slightest. And then now they're suddenly found almost guilty. Go figure. It's probably what happened. Maybe, okay, she was getting on the boat because, she snuck on board. The crew were helping her. She was told to go to a cabin. She picks the wrong cabin. And that's why she was in Kazuma's cavern. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san... Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
Oh, so when you read other people's diaries, it's perfectly fine. But when I do it, I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
Can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really?
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will. Alright, let's get examining. We'll start at this end and work our way over.
Naruhodo-san, are you there?
Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home.
Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know.
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we'd find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Maybe it's for the best that we didn't find her friend in there. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too.
Yes, it's a bell cord. Resist.
Oh, why would you do that? You're ruining our opportunity. Never mind, you're just as bad as Maya. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. Well, thank God you're Japanese, then.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come.
We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Well, I can't click on the super suspicious bag in the corner? So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. It's 100% a snake. I don't know where this snake is, but we're gonna find it. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anyone could enter the cabin from the outside.
Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
And it seals up perfectly, too. Stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing the thread through the crack around the closed door, either.
I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. Starting to see why they suspect me. Wait, what if the snake broke something in the vents so the room service bells here are broken? No, but we just heard the bell. We heard it ding. I don't remember if we heard it ding in Kazuma's room, but we just heard it ding now. So this one's at least not broken. But, yeah, I don't know. Can we go try the other one again? Well, now you want me... Now you got me going and trying the other bell again, because you gave me an idea. Maybe that's what that purple thing is that was the bell, but that seemed a little small. If this thing is supposed to ring a bell that is heard by throughout the ship, you know, for people to come and help you, I don't think it's going to be a piddly little thing like that pink object that was on the ground. Also, that thing's like 1,000,000 miles away from where the bell cord is. Ah, yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Your special friend, I mean.
I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh, yeah. So do I. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one.
Do you think that a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin.
Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase.
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage.
Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know.
Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open.
It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. Wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? It's looking for its next victim, obviously. How much you want to bet the snake like crawled up through the call tube or whatever that's called? There's just a few books on the desk, and nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian.
What an astute observation there, Susato. The great detective would be proud. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that.
It's not in the box? I mean, no. Box is empty. It's gone. It's probably eating out of that bowl, though. And then it just disappeared. If it's a snake, it could be anywhere on the ship by now. It's gone. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yeah, it doesn't seem to look like it's been... doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately.
Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak?
Is the ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink.
No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Boy, just wait until they invent, like, things that go in the sky. I don't know if she's going to be able to handle that one. It's a good thing they don't have those yet.
It would seem this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people.
Or, because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san?
They just can't stop chugging. Well, I mean, whatever you want to put in that pot. It's probably not water. They're Russian after all.
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away?
Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly. We have no choice. Maybe we'll find something new in there this time. I don't know. There's hardly anything in here at all. We don't even get to see inside this time. Yeah, maybe it's vodka. I mean, I don't know. It's like it's the 19th century. It doesn't matter. She's 15. It's also Russia. Maybe the age is different.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
I think that's it. I think that's actually is it. Do we just leave? I guess so. I missed something, didn't I? Oh man, this brings me back to the first trilogy. Okay, what did I miss? What pixel did I not click on? I was trying to examine this bag, but it doesn't seem like it can. What the fuck? Okay, maybe we have to look at something in here. No. Victim male, Far Eastern. Sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Not really a whole lot to examine here. Yeah, that definitely looks like a bell. I would hate if that is the sort. You want, actually, yeah, I want to go back. I want to go ring that bell again. I could have sworn this bell rang too, but maybe it didn't. Ring it. Yeah, ring the bell. Yes, please give it a try. Bell has been rung. Bell exists. So, yes, that looks like a bell on the floor. No, it's not that bell. Bell is clearly intact. It was a good idea, though. Oh, we didn't click on here again. Okay, maybe this is where we need to be. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments, writing his diary.
1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone.
Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san.
We will. Talk options in my room? I mean, wouldn't that just be... I can't converse in here, no. Maybe we missed something in here somehow. Oh. There he is. That's what we missed. You could tell this was not written by the team, or like, this game was not made by the team who did 5 and 6. Because this is clearly the work of the original creator here. Which I'm glad he was back. Hopefully he's there to make 7 too. Hopefully he's making that 7th game.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look.
You don't get lost like this when you're playing 5 and 6, especially 5. Wow, you never know where he's gonna turn up next to you.
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
Was he the one singing earlier? Yeah, he was. I actually thought it was the ballerina, but... yeah, this makes way more sense. He's still singing.
Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits?
Is he like singing like what a wonderful world before that song was like written like 100 years early? Oh my god. Or no, not Wonderful World, fuck, what's the other one? The other one. Excuse me. Mr. Sholmes! What is it? You want to fight? Hmm? Honestly, interrupted fellow when he's singing. It was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good time as any. I fairly nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? I want to see him throw a punch. He better actually throw a punch at some point. Can both of them fight? Who would win?
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here.
Oh, yes, the ship's log.
And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem that the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway, and he has almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half an hour. Oh, he writes that every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report.
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean...
Yes. There were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
I don't know, you tell me. You seem to know so much about what happened last night, Susato. That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. A record kept by the crew assigned to the first-class cabin area. There are virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until early this morning. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes? Brilliance. Ooh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Okay, the ship definitely hit some turbulent waters. Everyone's got a headache. Except her. She hasn't said anything about a headache yet. Well, my friends, until our next encounter... Still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just... well, I feel the same.
Oh, there it is. Sorry?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too? Can we examine this over here? No. The ballerina dropping in like Fortnite. She just lands on the top of the ship. Blam! And everyone just falls over. That would explain the books. You're probably not wrong.
The door leads to the second class area.
It's locked. Can't open it.
No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape.
Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Alright, now where did he run off to? Is he in there? can't skip this despite the fact we've read it already. Oh, I guess that part is new. Well, we can go in there and check. That's what I was hoping to do. Nope, okay. There we go. Ooh.
What was that?
Well, that certainly will get everyone's attention.
Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile 4. Full stop. Hard and starboard. All hands braced for impact.
I thought this was like 1890 something, not 1912. What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
What? Oh. Oh, don't tell me this is what happened last night. Sato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all?
I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san.
Maybe the ship's name is secretly Futility. Looks like we avoided a collision.
I think...
Yes, ship has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Why did we lock the door? Oh, that sounds like...
Inspector Hosonaga.
Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt?
Look at that.
The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. Are you telling me the ship rocking caused the bolt to slide over? So the locked room mystery isn't a locked room mystery at all because the bolt wasn't originally locked. So all you're telling me is that if Kazuma locked the door like any smart person would have, he brought this on himself, really. I mean, you leave your door open, you're just asking for trouble. That's all I'm saying. Just like they were before again.
Naruhodo-san, aren't you gonna open the door and let the inspector in?
I'd better tidy this place up first. Why? The guy's right at the door. Let him in first. Like, jeez. This is a literal emergency. You're like, oh man. I can't let this guy in. I make sure the room's clean. I don't want him to see a mess. It's not even my room, but I still don't want him seeing a mess. There's a fire raging outside the door. It's like, oh god, look at how dirty this is. Everything needs to be dusted. Well, 1 second. Let me just do some dusting, then you can rescue me. Finally, an emergency stop has solved one mystery, at least in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Oh, that was a short part too. What if I just never put the books back where I found them? Like, or where they were, like, upright again? Because they seemed like that dialogue directly referenced that the books were tilted over again. So if I just never put those books up, that means that line would have to be different, otherwise it'd be inaccurate. And don't tell me that you need to put the books up, because that would be silly and arbitrary. And surely this game would not do that. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt.
You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters?
Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship.
Yes, it appeared to have been a false report, though.
Oh, how did that happen?
There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside?
Ah, you wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil!
Sorry, me? I haven't caught a lot of things before, but devil is a first.
You opened my traveling case. How could you?
What? No, we didn't touch it.
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector!
Yes?
Arrest this man. I know he did it.
Lady, do you see what's in front of you here? Do you not know what these are on my hands? I don't know what your word is for them, but around here we call those handcuffs. And I think you know what that means.
He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has killed a man.
Stop! And he is stowaway as well. A vixen promises not to steal chicken. Do you believe?
Ugh.
Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil.
Doesn't look good, does it?
There's cell below deck. Throw him in.
They have a jail?
Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police.
Wait, a cell?
Please, Inspector Hosanaka, is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Quick, into the wardrobe! Let's hide in there. They'll never find us. Just put a big sign out front saying, don't open. I just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating.
Don't touch my things.
You want me to show you where crawfish hibernates?
What? Why me? Get him! He was about to throw me overboard.
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you are doing?
Wow, everyone's attacking me. And I was just starting to think she was my friend. Isn't there anyone who can help me out with this mess? Really? Look, I'm not supposed to be recording anything Hildebrand related for a few months. Seems he's come early. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes?
Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no.
Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then?
Wasn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally.
More like to assess the carry capacity of that hook.
I wish to determine if it would be bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce.
I never know whether to take this man seriously or not.
Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved. By me, naturally.
What? Really?
Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha! You have solved it! Even Nedzog understands this case. We all know who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in the wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it.
I didn't do it. Alright, well, there's your lesson of the day. Someone's in handcuffs, they're definitely guilty. Don't tell that to, you know, anyone who uses handcuffs in bed. I don't know what they'd be guilty of.
The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside.
I think I might have a solution for that.
That means the culprit must have been someone who was inside the cabin.
Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Lock the room! That is point!
The room was locked.
Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin.
You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all.
What?
Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man! The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole.
That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks.
You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It is not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
She's been awfully quiet.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Precisely, my dear madame. What does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin.
I think it left the cabin a while ago, actually. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! What the...
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, he was actually right. He was going to reveal it.
Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band.
Is it really that speckled, though? It looks more striped than speckled. A snake?
Indubitably.
Mr. Sholmes,
Just one thing.
Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Scales on the underside? I mean, we can see the underside from here. I wouldn't really call that speckled either.
Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you?
Wait, is that why his face had, like, stripes on it? Is this, like, a normal occurrence? Did this happen before? The snake hugging his face like that? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap.
How exactly? What, you think someone else wrote in his diary? Copied his handwriting? Knew Japanese? I think perhaps it is time to explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. He's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Round 2. Wow, we're getting 2 of these in one case. I don't know if that's just because this is a special circumstance or that's normal. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what is the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations of the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. Is the answer to this that there's 2 snakes? And this is actually his snake? That's why he doesn't seem too perturbed that there's a snake around his face. It would also explain why the snake looks nothing like the description. What explanation can they give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, do not look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing, to conceal, can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after this subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours
shed its original skin, no?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side of the bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India.
Yeah, typical British person, thinking everything exotic is in India. You'd think with them owning the place that they would have known everything there is to know about India.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I've been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom.
Oh, we can disprove that one.
Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of the death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense.
There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't...
It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend.
To train?
Indeed. You'd put the snake through his ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to not have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training?
It's not true.
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible.
You could believe the shed skin? Well, I would believe the shed skin if there is a second snake, yes. Obviously, you know, it's not going to be the same snake that somehow just magically changes its scales every time.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band.
And everyone is just awestruck at his amazing deduction.
Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature.
Incredible! You've solved the mystery. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Don't most people have one left hand? Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course. What's on your mind?
It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, a part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madame.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Ah,
It really is only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
no matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. So why is there milk on the floor then?
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah,
Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling.
wait. I never... Huh. I don't think she's wrong. Well, that puts the whole snake charming thing into like the load of baloney. Never thought about that before. But madame, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There is one other thing.
You have more?
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins.
Well, then it should try harder.
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this.
He looks so dejected. The pet's a cat, you think? Speckled band. Oh, maybe it was like the cat's tail. Then. That could be it, but... I guess the cat probably didn't murder anyone then.
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? He's so quick with those. You've done it again.
Your handcuffs are gone.
Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see that they are restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall these horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain.
She does have a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
She's looking at... Oh my god, you're right, it is a cat. It is 100% a cat.
Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound.
Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too.
Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
What else we have? I think that's actually it this time.
Yes!
Yes, when you recall these horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain.
Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh.
Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night?
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
How did the cat kill him? So Kazuma got mauled by a cat? Or she just thinks that the cat had something to do with it?
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us.
Seemed likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow.
Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer.
Oh, there we go. Aww. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Yes, that's true. Personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here.
Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san, for the blackest outfit?
Black kitten. From the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. That must be a stage costume she's wearing.
It's quite stunning. I should like to have something like that.
And she's wearing the 20,000 rubles on her head as well. Look.
It's called a tiara, Naruhodo-san. You shouldn't think of it as purely in terms of its value.
She must be a strong-willed woman to turn her back on the world stage and run away all on her own. The more I look at this creature, the more its stripes stand out. It's a very impressive snake, isn't it?
Oh yes, it really is. And it seems to be doing its best to squeeze this poor sailor's head until it bursts.
Yes, it's a terrifying sight. And slightly heartwarming at the same time. Anyway, it'd probably be a good idea not to get too close. There's no doubt, is there? She looked in this direction. Straight at Seaman Stroganoff.
Well, they do seem to be friends of sorts. But I can't imagine how he could possibly fit through that ventilator.
But don't forget that I managed to fit inside Kazuma's trunk when we first boarded this ship.
I would ask what that proves, but I think an equivocal little smile will be more effective.
I have a feeling that it was this teapot that Miss Pavlova's eyes flickered over to before.
You think this is the friend she's been talking about?
Well, we're all different, aren't we? Whatever we might say about it, if that's the way she feels.
I don't think I'll say anything about it then. You and the teapot can discuss it instead.
Wait, that's not what I meant. Well, we were now falling in love with teapots now? I mean, come on. Alright, let's probably need to zoom into this one.
Yes!
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, this scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh no.
The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? And that was the cat spell that probably... I wonder if that was the whistling or whining or whatever was written in the diary was the bell of the cat. That would definitely explain the broken bell on the floor.
Ducka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darker would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact remains leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. Even the collar doesn't look very speckled. I was thinking like maybe the collar came off and was hanging over the edge, but that looks like a solid color. At least in this picture. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Maybe that's the collar, although it doesn't look anything like the picture.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
Wait, it was in her pocket? All she had to do was just leave it in the pocket. Man, it's crazy what people do when they're under duress like this. She just left it in her pocket. No one would have ever known.
Oh, yes. Ploys like that are Mr. Shom's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
I thought deduction was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that that was a ploy too.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that it's the skin of a snake.
In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but... Oh, it's a cat toy! What is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. Long piece of cloth of some sort. That looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort of thing is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats?
Cats like to chase the band around and paw it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it.
That sounds positively adorable.
Yes!
You know what? I didn't see that one coming. So, alright. I'll give the game that one. Yes, the thing you're trying, but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely. And the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume? Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Maybe it like jumped up in there for some reason. Oh, you know what? The boat rocked. Cat got spooked, jumped into the vent. She used the cat toy to try and get the cat back. Hopefully the cat didn't kill him on the way back, but never know. Maybe the rocking of the boat really was what killed him. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Photograph of the Miss Pavlova and her friend, a kitten named Darka. The tiara she would wear on stage can also be seen.
It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared. Through the ventilator.
Definitely got spooked by the boat rocking.
Darka, she is so naughty.
Now I gotta figure out how he died. Please don't be the cat. It's gonna be the cat. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data which I've been appraised, it would appear to be that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Okay, that we can prove incorrect with evidence. Is that a thing we're gonna get to do here?
What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body.
That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Where is it? This one.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstance of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah yes, I knew it was one or the other.
His neck was...
Indeed. The breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could that be...
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something. Or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow.
I suppose it's possible that he had fallen, hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that broke his neck completely by accident.
Oh yes. A bad fall could explain it.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Why did he fall? Could it really be the bell? Or maybe this, because that's when he also stopped writing. Because everyone probably got knocked out by the ship or something. Let's see. Anything from the scene that could explain what happened? No, from the scene. So it's got to be this then, because this is the only thing from the scene.
Yes!
Oh, the mark. Yeah, okay. I was too focused on the bell. I forgot about the mark. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor proved the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's ace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at the point on the floor and tripped.
Please, no.
And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. Are we being led to believe they tripped over the cat? A common happenstance. Unfortunately fatal today. No, I definitely think it was the ship rocking.
I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all that you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now that your involuntary glance betrays your hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it.
I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened.
But...
And if this is part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes.
Where, I wonder?
Let's have a good look around. Answer must be here somewhere. Isn't this case empty? This is where Miss Pavlova hid her friend.
That's right. And it wasn't a snake after all.
No, it's that little kitten she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It seems to have let itself out of the case and gone exploring.
I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend.
Either that, or it's scratching their hand to pieces. Point is, where has it gone to? Ah, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here.
It hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed.
Starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes.
Stop trying to sound like the great detective.
Maybe it's in the trash.
This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them.
But Miss Pavlova has only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in here yet. Oh, what's that?
It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. You found another piece of broken glass on the floor of Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly.
Oh no.
So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I don't...
I don't know, and that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be...
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darker's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darkra. It was the cat. Man tripped over a cat and died.
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Is that really how he died? No way. No. No. Man, I would have taken the choking on the food thing. Like, it would have been more mundane, but this is like just on the line, like perfectly in the middle of like silly Phoenix Wright explanation, like perfectly mundane thing. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Dakra, so I gave her some food. And then all of a sudden she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it?
Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Dakra with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It is a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping.
So at that point, you thought it safe to try and lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin.
Dakra always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So that faint whistling sound that Cosmo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then...
Oh, fuck. And there it is.
I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Don't tell me there was a second victim. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the broken brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Bury is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asoki was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Oh, good. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. He knows something about himself, at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that the young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? Well, if the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? Oh, so the snake's allowed on the boat, but the cat isn't?
Oh, didn't I say? Snake is my friend. His name is Prosko.
Hmm? What? What? That snake belongs to you?
He escaped from gates when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here.
Yes, how did that snake enter his cabin? But animals are not permitted to be on board.
Ha! We were at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands?
Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? This is like a ship full of men. It's also the 1800s. I'm not sure anyone would have enjoyed that. But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in?
No venom.
Hmm?
Jotsko doesn't have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny.
It's venomless?
Yes, now he is hungry so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed
him what? Milk, I suppose?
like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Roscoe eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses.
Ah. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for?
Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food?
Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. I never noticed before, but it's like the sailor's tie looks like a fish. Refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role?
It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Piotsko has nothing to do with this incident.
So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. So for once, there is no perpetrator. Not really anyways. It really was just an accident. And I think this is a first. No one was really at fault. We never had to... No one was announced guilty.
Miss Pavlova?
Well, unless she gets accused for, I don't know, bringing an animal, I guess. And they lock her up now.
I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then...
Are we really blaming her? Well, I guess we kind of should, actually, yeah. She did bring the cat on board.
Then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you.
What? What are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. Although there are a couple pieces of evidence unaccounted for, namely the word on the ground.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. Just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope that you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port of call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. Key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo.
So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? Well, the man tripped over the kitten and climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Yeah, you know what? They had me going too, Duck. I thought we were done. But then I remembered that we still haven't figured out why wardrobe is written in Russian on the floor of the cabin. Someone had to have entered that cabin, right? They had to have written that word. And I think we know that I'm pretty sure that door was not locked, you know, as per the ship rocking about. Maybe it was locked and then it became unlocked, you know, because if the ship's rocking around, we've proven that the latch slides very easily when tilted. So someone could have easily come in during the commotion and done something to him. Wait, let's just take a step back. Doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. Oh, fuck!
The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident.
Yeah, where's the the photograph?
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Sogi could have left this message on the floor.
That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
That's what they all say. Unless you're English, and then everyone agrees that language sucks. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not.
Sorry? What do you mean?
Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Sogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death.
Ah.
Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead.
That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What?
So, Susato-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... I'm not sure what this one is. Something else, a remnant of something that could possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. Well, the bell, but... Well, okay, what else was in here that shouldn't be in here then? The bell? But the bell was supposed to be in here. Because the cat went into his room and he tripped over it, right? Supposedly. If that's true, then it makes sense that the bell's here. Pause and look at the message? Wait, this message? What about it? Proves this was no accident. What are we talking about, like the assassin? Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. I mean, maybe he was assassinated, but... A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there for... Okay, well, the only remnant I can think of is the bell, but... Pause and look at the message. Wait, what do you think this is? A number? 115. Oh, you think two different people wrote in here? Is that what you're getting at? Oh, yeah, they've done that before. I don't remember which case it was. I think it was something from, it was one of the Edgeworth cases, wasn't it? Where it was like two different people wrote something and it was like the true message was like the first one and then someone tried to cover it up by turning it into a different message. Oh shit, you're probably right, because yeah, you can see like the faint, some of the marks are stronger than others. So he might have written something there, but... And then someone turned it into Russian. But okay, that's not the remnant, is it this?
Yes.
I'm just gonna... It is this. What? Okay, where is this going? This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. Oh, because she had the other half in her room. How did that half get there if the bell broke in here? Right, yeah, duh. Well, then think of that. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah.
Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell that was in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh, no,
Both of those pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in that room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up her own guilt. Yeah, no, we've definitely seen this before. Victim leaves dying message that's really important to the protagonist, and then killer sees it and tries to cover it up to frame someone else so that they can get away with the crime. So she turned the number, like you say, into Russian for wardrobe.
yes, there was someone else present, Mr. Asogi's.
Ooh.
You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Da, of course, we know this.
What are you talking about?
The bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out.
Oh, yes. Talking about me.
And only one other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor.
For fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died.
But why would this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light on the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item.
You all suspect me, don't you?
Seaman Stroganoff.
Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship. A member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal.
Ah, so that's it.
You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth.
Well, this is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How could you be so sure?
You are a great detective. You should know. Look, tooth and eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me the killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible.
Ugh, he's right. How do we prove that, like, the ship was moving last night?
But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside.
Ed, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not bond doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship.
It constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Oh, Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. Oh, he's gonna help us with this. Great. I don't think that matters here, but figure we should look at that. A string of 6 numbers and drop the log. Yeah, so I'm thinking, like, that's why I'm kind of wondering if Stroganoff did it. I know he's, like, trying to protect the girl, but it does make me wonder, because... Oh, okay, there could be a number of reasons. If the ship was moving, he clunked out, and, like, so he couldn't write the log anymore. Probably the more likely scenario. But it's also possible that around that time, since that's also the same time that he died, he was responsible for the death. Probably, maybe didn't want to, like, I don't know, maybe... No, actually, you know what? That doesn't even make sense, because even if he did it, it would make more sense for him to keep writing in the log, saying nothing was wrong, than leave it blank, because leaving it blank is more suspicious. So, never mind now, and I think he got knocked out. And it's just why we can probably use the log as evidence to help point to the fact that that the ship moving around probably, you know, not only affected the doors and the books, but it also caused some people to get knocked out. I don't believe it. Well, Miss Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and you should, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It is a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects.
Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? She's got, like, all of Wikipedia there in that book. Wikipedia in 1898 edition. Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. Not even Encyclopedia Britannica could hope to be that succinct in its format. Tiny little book like that, you need like 20 volumes. It's all of Wikipedia from like 150 years ago. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We'd come into this cabin not long before and we had bolted the door. But then... Oh, that sounds like...
Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door.
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of ineptia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Soki was killed, the door slid shut? So the ship itself made it look like a locked room mystery. The SS Burdia made another emergency stop?
When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hands across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh, yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my.
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova?
Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made emergency stop?
It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it's simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency?
Wait, what if we don't set the books up again? We don't get the sudden stop? See, that's what I'm wondering, like, can I omit setting the books up again? No, like, I think we would get the sudden stop. I think they just maybe would say something different. I do wonder, though, like, could I, like, avoid doing that? Because, on one hand, you know, I'm checking everything because I want to read all the dialogue, so eventually I'll click on the books. But, you know, if someone skips that, the ship stops, there's not really any way for them to be like, there's no reason for them to point out the books falling over, right? But on the other hand, if setting the books back up is required to continue the game, until you see the ship stop again, doesn't that feel kind of arbitrary and pointless? Like, why are the books the key component to continue the game in that very moment that you click on the books? Like, why would the player do that? If they're not there to, like, click on everything and read all the dialogue, why would they click on the books to continue the game? So that's why I'm wondering. It's like, how does the game resolve this if you don't do that? Or, like, how is the game's logic set up to progress in that scenario?
There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency?
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewmen to raise the alarm. Sort of button. One is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity.
Wait, it was you?
When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself.
How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now.
Now, I'm sure all that can wait till later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. I swear to God, if this is what sets off the chain of events to lead to Kazuma getting killed, because this man had to go about pressing buttons at 2 a.m. So, what we must now consider...
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots. Buria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night?
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right?
That is correct. Why?
And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine!
Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift burrow in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose! That is where I put it always.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, "nothing to report," every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all.
Nothing recorded in the log? That is... because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you?
Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened, here aboard the SS Boya. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, if something as major as emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. Can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it had happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's a good point. Unless something just happened to happen to everyone at that time.
What of the throbbing?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it.
Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Did they invent acetaminophen yet? I think the Advil existed, right? Or whatever they were calling it back then. The technical term being acetaminophen. They don't have any of that lying around on the ship?
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected.
He's right. My head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all of this was happening to me?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, well, yes. Sorry.
The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on?
Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals.
So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it?
Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken.
Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all?
Well, that's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do.
No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. By the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop?
Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Lady, do you know what world you're in?
Precisely.
Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Now see here. What would be the chances of everyone on the boat being in on it? Surely we haven't had a case like this recently where everyone on the opposing side was in on it and knew what was going on. And it was all part of the setup. A conspiracy, if you will. Surely a conspiracy would not be true. Definitely did not just have a case about a conspiracy that ended up being true. Well, seaman. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade.
Please, no more. I will tell everything.
Eh?
Do not make problems like this for everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You are right. We put sleeping jug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point.
Ah, we could not make all jug. You say, dissolve?
Talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was out by comrade on shore with small fishing boat.
While all the passengers of the SS Burya slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. I mean, she wasn't... Well, I guess that she probably made the emergency stop. I thought they would have made the emergency stop so that the little, fishing boat could have caught up to the big ship and let her board. But it sounds like we're blaming her for pushing the button. How does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes.
The overwhelming majority of passengers would have habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning.
You have talked long enough and said long time and said many things. What is point?
The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night.
So why did they want him killed? I mean, clearly they wanted to lock the door so that no one would find the body right away. Because, like, his door would have been, you know, because... Well, wait, okay. So Kazuma doesn't eat chicken. So he doesn't fall asleep. Everyone else's door is already locked because, you know, it just seemed normal to them. Either people locking it already because it's late at night, they would already be asleep by the time the emergency goes off. But then his door is unlocked. Did they know he didn't like chicken? Like, what was the plan here? They just want her on board, so, like, he doesn't eat the chicken, he doesn't fall asleep. They still want the door to be locked, I guess, so that she can get on board, but then, like, they know he doesn't like chicken, so they were gonna walk in and kill him? Or just to try and knock him out, and the killing was accidental? Hit him too hard? Maybe this guy did do it. I mean, he probably just punched him in the back of the neck, trying to knock him out. Maybe that's what happened.
But, I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes.
A laudable trait.
What?
I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind?
What accusatory cry of guilt?
Sorry, you've lost me.
Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction.
What are you talking about?
I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth.
Oh my god. Are all the cases like this insanely... These last two cases have felt longer than a lot of cases we've done recently. But it might also just be that I'm doing them all in one stream, and I'm not splitting them into two parts like I normally do. And that said, this isn't long enough where I would have done two parts. It's like right in the middle.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, if your assistance, if you please.
With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes?
With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of these two prevaricators.
Observation?
If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Soki's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was where it happened. Is there when it happened?
Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning.
Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. What suggests that someone else was there at the scene? Aha! Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain in an unusual place.
Yes, you're right. Looks like ink if I'm not mistaken.
Ink. And look at the color too. It's clear where this came from.
Yes!
Really taking advantage of the polygonal medium that is the 3DS, aren't we? Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there.
Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from.
So, nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain?
What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform.
And I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform really is... which one has it? Is it really just this? I mean, there's purple ink. It's gotta be that. Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink! A rather unusual color of ink, purple. Ah, the penny drops, at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform that way. Which means... you must have been present at the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt.
Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Buria do emergency stop and both cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
So you killed a man just because he didn't like chicken. Is that the motive here? Because that's what I'm getting.
Beef, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Or wait, you're saying that she did it? She killed him.
Beef, please. You must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you.
The kitten escaped through the ventilator in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor.
Yes, that is right.
So after the incident when the cat ran away, Mr. Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers? Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor.
She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened to look and, you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside,
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Well, Miss Pavlova? She doesn't want to answer.
Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you.
So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? So it was the cat? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Hmm? Oh, well... Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? Broke his neck. Is it the way his head is turned? Maybe? Like, are we saying like it would be pointed, tilted a different direction? I mean, it's not the word. Like, Stroganov already admitted to writing this, so... It's probably not that. I mean, is it the hand? Is this headband in his left hand? Is it? No, it's here. You can see it on his head here. It's definitely there. Yeah, no, it's still there. I don't know what else would be different. It's definitely not the words. If he tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of his photograph seems unnatural? Is it the fact that he, like, fell forward? Well, no, you could definitely break your neck falling forward. Left hand holding a fist? Maybe? Because, like, okay, so if you fall over... Well, No, yeah, if you fell over... It's instinctual for you to put your hands out to stop the fall. So if he didn't die until he hit the ground, then yeah, maybe his hand should have been in a different position, especially that hand. It wouldn't be fisted up like that. Normally, a person's not going to do that when they fall. They're going to try and stop themselves by open palms. That's a good idea. Yeah. No, that makes sense. So that means his hand was fisted up. Maybe he was trying to protect himself then. There was a struggle. Alright, if he really did fall due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. Oh yeah, holding something too. I was thinking like he was getting ready to throw hands. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
Mr. Sholmes, show us, please.
Why, of course, my dear madame. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. The hell is that?
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle?
Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us?
It tells us nothing.
Wait, isn't that like one of her earrings? Oh, it was her earring. We saw that earlier, actually. Didn't get a good look at it, but I did notice something like it. I knew it looked familiar. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answers with your own eyes. Yeah. Well, you could click on the right ear, which doesn't have it. Or you could click on the left ear that definitely has it.
She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells.
Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from your ear.
Yes, that's an earring. Wait, look. It's a crescent moon.
Ah, there can be no doubt now, surely. I'm guessing either of these are probably valid things to click on. Something attached to your ear.
Ah, I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry.
An earring, is it? It really is tiny.
Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So now all that's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear.
If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. I'm gonna click on this side. I bet you both ears are valid. Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well.
What?
And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. And clearly there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. Was he maybe grasping at her to, like, try and prop himself up? But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments?
Oh no.
Angel?
No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night,
Trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin, I could relax after this horrible long day. Daka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Daka would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again and I was going to leave the man's cabin...
Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
Huh? No, I don't know that name. I heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I'm sure he might kept the secret, right? Like, he was going to keep the secret about the cat. I see. So you've run away.
Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him?
Oh, he wasn't going to pull the cord. He was going to ask Inosuke.
Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then... Darka jumped out of my arms and down onto the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me...
Oh.
I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway.
I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go."
So you decide to help. And that's when you arrange things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door.
Yes. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found stowaway. In wardrobe, still sleeping.
Right. That's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan. To lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign.
Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I was innocent.
I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote, wardrobes. A person who found them would look inside wardrobe and find stowaway.
And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job.
By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway.
Yes.
Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Ah, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard?
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Soki really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give you your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take in that moment? Can we determine whither the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. Well, that's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin had been my home for this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Yes, that's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, if there's one thing I've learned today, it's that simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. Not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Take that!
Considering everything that happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend is sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Soki's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Soki intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Soki was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
And so at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Burya was finally laid to rest. Man, it would have been really cool if he didn't die and we got like them both to go and to London and do whatever it was they're planning to do. But I'm guessing there probably wouldn't be much plot if he stayed alive, because I'm sure half this game is going to be the mystery of what was Kazuma's plan when he went to London. What will happen to Miss Pavla now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? Wait, aren't we about to land in Hong Kong? Why not just, like, give her to the Hong Kong police? Why do we have to wait all the way until we get to London? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see.
I'm sorry.
Seaman Stroganoff?
I wanted to help an angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost your good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police.
That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavla, won't you?
Ah.
Well, I'm afraid you'll need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. Couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even began then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. Seems like such a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Is she gonna go off alone? I mean, she's not a stowaway, so I guess she's still supposed to be here. Maybe she'll do whatever Kazuma was meant to do. Susato-san?
Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned.
Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that.
I still can't believe this has happened. Can't believe someone's life can be over just like that.
Sato-san.
He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. that it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much.
Yes, I know.
Inspector.
My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now. Well, at least... Huh? Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. It's simply that in my head I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Seems a little, I don't know. Is there something you want to tell us there, Mr. Sholmes? Without them, the balancing seems all wrong. It's distracting. I mean, it's late at night. We're in a bedroom. We could ask Susato to join us. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway, after all. He thinks this is funny.
Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Not at all. Not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Sogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. Oh, don't tell me you're secretly a lawyer too, Sholmes.
There is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but
anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
yes.
Miss Susato?
Yes.
Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain.
Mr. Naruhodo.
That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, and I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I'll become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled friend, inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant? The numbers are indisputable. No, no, no! It's madness! Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of his guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I'm gonna try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this.
What, me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asoki clan for generations.
Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Mr. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes, that's exactly what I need.
But, before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too.
Goodness, what is it?
Please throw me to the ground. 3 times.
What?
I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No, you were in shock. You had just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside.
No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times.
The number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it.
Is that also counting the times where I clicked on things that I'm pretty sure were optional? No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Yeah, you don't want to accidentally kill her too.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling?
Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of ancient jujutsu technique.
Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am somewhat an accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your wrestling throw. I mean, considering some of the scraps he gets himself into in his adventures, probably could use it.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madame.
Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry, what? I thought he was gonna do it on him.
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
What's the difference? My groggy state of consciousness. A scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Kazuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. Can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Rinosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate that you've seen it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Oh my god. That was... You know what? I like that it didn't have a trial portion. That was cool just having a nice, like, investigation. It felt like a Sherlock Holmes mystery, actually. Which is probably the point, but it felt really good. But I'm assuming we're gonna get a trial with the next part. I don't know how long this case is gonna be, but that one definitely was surprisingly hefty. This game has been pretty meaty in the dialogue compared to some of the more recent titles we played. I like it. I kind of missed that from the original trilogy. It's nice having that again. And knowing that this is like a slow burn over the course of 10 parts, honestly makes it kind of exciting. Curious to see where this is going to go. I think the hints of with that text possibly being numbers, I think there might be some merit to that. You know, because the way it was stroked definitely looked like it was two different sets of digits. And yeah, sure, maybe the guy dipped the Kazuma's finger in ink just to make it look like he did it, just to try to throw everyone off. But I'm almost wondering if maybe that wasn't him, because he never mentioned anything about that. He just said that he wrote wardrobe. He didn't say that he used Kazuma's finger. So that does make me wonder. I wonder if he actually did write that text, or what was originally there. Numbers or something else? Who knows? Probably gonna get to find out. I'm really looking forward to this plot, because it seems like this one's very well structured. Like it's gonna be connected, like some of the better ones. And the ones that are connected well are probably my favorite entries in the series. So looking forward to it. Anyways, that will definitely be it for today. I really like these title cards. These are great. I love that each one's different. So the next one is The Adventure of the Runaway Room. This takes place in a carriage? We're just doing transportation? I mean, that's fine. I like me a good, vehicle mystery. The bow was actually a nice touch. I like that. There's some cool elements to that case that you can only really do on a boat. Like the whole rocking thing. That was actually really creative. Neat little twist to the classic locked room mystery, for sure. But I'm guessing we're going to finally arrive in London. And we'll get some more fun with Sherlock Holmes. I like the new gimmick. That's kind of fun. Doing the sort of like, you get to actually investigate. It's like full 3D investigation, not like the kind of partial investigation. I'm guessing we'll probably get some of the classic interactions as well, given what little snippets we saw with Sherlock in the opening cutscene. It looked like he had some of the same chemicals and agents that you had in the more modern games. It's probably how they're going to explain that away. So we'll probably get to see some of that too. But I'm guessing the focus is mostly going to be on the new stuff, with the sort of like discussions with the detective back and forth. It does kind of it's like a more modified version of the Edgeworth stuff. That's what the last case reminded me of. It felt like an Edgeworth case almost. But this is using. I think this came out. This came out around the same time as Spirit of Justice, but I don't know if it actually came out before or after. I think it technically was after, but it was being worked on at the same time. This feels way more advanced than Spirit of Justice did in that regard. So if they do make a 7th game, maybe they'll take some inspiration from this game when making it and push it forward further. I would love if they did like full 3D investigation. If they implemented some of the stuff from the Edgeworth games and had full interactive environments like that instead of just the fixed perspective. I don't know, maybe that'd be too much of a departure from the usual, but I would love to see that. That'd be a great evolution of it, especially now that we're not on like handheld hardware anywhere. We have the technology. We could do it. It'd be neat to see. Anyways, that will definitely be it for today. That was, I'm glad he did it in one part. I think it was like just too short. It would have been kind of weird maybe in 2. I don't know. Maybe I could have made it. It's like almost 6 hours. Maybe it could have been 2 parts. It ended up being long enough. It probably could have. But you know what? I'm glad I did it in 1. I don't mind. I don't think that's going to happen in the next one. I think if we're back to the normal, investigation trial structure, we'll probably be going back to 2-part episodes again. But I don't mind that we did this in 1. But, yeah. Well, that's definitely it for today. So I'll be back on Thursday with some Mario. We got Minecraft. We got a new game that I still haven't decided yet on Monday. And then we will continue with episode 3 next Tuesday. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, I hope everyone enjoyed. Thank you all for watching. And I will see you next time.